Okay, Chad. Are we ready? Are we ready? What's coming today? I have a simple plan for today. It's about as simple as plan as any other day. I mean, every time I turn the stream off, I turn the stream on. I have a pretty simple plan that ends up taking a lot more time than I'm planning. But today I want to sync the ball. I want to make the ball work across networks. So I think that's about as easy as learning how to instantiate on network objects and not just in mono behaviors. It seems easy. We'll see. We'll see. And after we're done with the ball, I need to differentiate the different players and give them teams, or at least spawn them on the different sides, and we'll see how far we'll get. I honestly hope that we'll get to the point where I have two teams for each player. I can join with up to 4 players, and the point system will work. Obviously, I will have to, touch upon again, or like relearn and rethink how I do the scoring system. I don't remember the rules of paddle actually, but they seem very similar to tennis, so I'll probably just stick with whatever until I polish it afterwards. But let me show you what I've done off camera. As always, I've been busy as a bee. I've been working very patiently. I've not done much, but I've decided to add the control over the ball, or at least the striking power of the ball. So now it's up to you with, oh, I have it here. Now it's up to you with how much force you use to hit the ball. Uh, I've also added a little graphic for it, a little slider that I've changed to radial slider as a circle. So it looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it. I think this is probably the end product to some level. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty happy with it. I probably could make it a little more transparent or something. I don't know, but let's see if it still works. So the player is working fine. You can adjust. I don't know if it's probably not being. You probably can't see that on stream. The stream is at least not vertical. It's pretty small, but so you can adjust the strength of your head. I also have a console where you see the actual power, which is between like 20 and 2, I think. Yeah, 2 and 20, whilst the state of the slider is from 0 to 1. So I just made a simple code to adjust for that. But everything should work. Everything is working still. The player is like, at least this is working, right? Player is still working fine on the network, but what's not working is the ball. But right now I can only spawn it, and afterwards you can't really interact with it using code. At least I think that's what's going on. We'll see. We'll have to check that, and we'll have to learn that. So that's exactly my plan for today. So I guess let's just jump straight into it. Let's open a browser and see netcode network instantiate. I don't know how to write that. I was pretty close. So you need to instantiate it, and you need to spawn the network object. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Is this an actual method though? If this is an actual method, then my life is about as easy as it could be. I also tried doing something with the players, but I don't think it's printing anything when I join. So I don't know what this is supposed to be, but it doesn't matter. Not right now. So okay, I've got here I instantiate the ball with all the things that I wanted to have. Why does it work like that? What are you doing? What does it do? Things, there's no insert, right? What? Why the fuck is it working like that? It's breaking for some reason. Oh, it's just not. Oh, as always, it's making a fucking copies of my code from different sides of. What is this? Why do you do this? Oh my god. I just hate Visual Studio. I don't know what to tell you. I hate it so much. Why do I always end up hating things that I'm working on? No, I don't want another update. I don't care for another update. I'm fine with my version. I don't need to update it every single fucking day. By the way, I've been waiting for an update. Well, not waiting for, but oh my god. It's it updated yesterday. It took like a half an hour for absolutely no reason, and I had to restart the project, and then it just loaded up. Okay, so I'm just fucking sick of using Visual Studio so fucking much. I'm sick of it. I don't know why it does whatever it does. It always see this. Like I get it. You want to load up some memory of what I've done, but you're fucking making up shit. There's no fucking reason why I should have two scripts for the same thing. Whatever. Okay. Okay, now it's probably working all fine. Yeah, it's all fine. So let's not get too warmed up over it. I'm just so sick of it. Okay, so instantiate and spawn isn't a thing. Good. And I have definitely that code here, so that's definitely not a thing. I obviously just used something AI fucking cooked up, so I'm not even gonna pretend like I care about it. Okay. So, what are we doing here? I need to spawn the network object, which seems about as easy as it is. All I need to do is get to the instance of the prefab, which is probably the best way to do it with this way, right? Am I crazy? I should probably read up on this at least a little. Is there anything that's gonna say anything of any value actually? I have no idea. I can clearly use instantiate and spawn somehow. I just need to do it using network manager and not game manager. Am I crazy? What's network manager doing? I mean, the script is not mine, right? But I can definitely add up to it. Maybe let's start with the simple things, like making sure that the client, the network rigid body is client network rigid body. I think that's one of the things that I knew I'd probably need to do, and I kind of just So I guess for now let's do it as mono behavior and call it client rigid body. I think that's okay. Or client network rigid body. Should I be exact about it? I probably could. Okay. it's not even, it's not supposed to be how it's named, it's supposed to be network, and I'm a little crazy. Okay, so client network rigid body. What are you doing, buddy? Why are you loading up shit? I haven't done anything yet. Come on. I'm not even writing there. Okay. Rigid body. Okay. Now it's gonna not fuck with the script, but I don't care. I just rename it here. Client network rigid body, and it'll be from it'll take just a little. Why are you taking so much time? You're such a useless fucking engine. I hate it. Why did I always complain about things that are completely out of my hand? Like, I clearly shouldn't get mad over these shit things because it's pointless, but I still do. I do get very much like mad over nothing, but whatever. So it's gonna be network rigid body, and I'll just take this. I think that's all I have to do, right? And make sure it's like that, and using Unity. Let's just hope I know how it's supposed to be in that code. I assume. Now it's still not working. Oh, it's supposed to be netcode components. Oh, it's using netcode components. Okay. And what's the hold up, buddy? What's the problem? Why is it all right here and not there? What's going on, buddy? Are you making shit up again? Like, is that an actual error, or is it just... I never know. Is that... What do you mean? I really thought that I would just steal this shit. I thought that I wouldn't have to use my brain today. Client network rigid body, that is correct. Network rigid body is okay, but it's not fucking with that. Why is it okay here? Like, I mean, what's the difference? I thought even animation is supposed to be like that. Am I crazy? I can still maybe even do... There is probably a script for this, but let's just pretend like I know what I'm doing. This is my script, yeah, and it's not using that at all. But if I keep this only, does it still, like, why does it not even take from the thingies? Why aren't there the same inputs? I thought it's about as simple as that. Why is it making things difficult again? Well, we'll see, I guess. We'll see. I really have no actual clue what I'm doing, so I don't think I need a client network rigid body, but I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I probably don't. My faults are, if I'm using client network transform, it's probably got all the things that I'm supposed to have anyways, right? So maybe I'll just keep it without the on server is authoritative because it seems to not be needed. Maybe I'll just turn it off for now completely. I think that's a pretty good call, and get back here and start doing this. I don't like the way I do things. What am I even doing? I'm setting it as a parent's ball spawn, which is static, or this is static, but I'm already setting the parent there, right? I'm setting the parent already here. Oh, it's if I wanted to, yeah, if I wanted to spawn it to the player, which I will have to do, that's okay. Like obviously I can't spawn it in the middle of the court, but right now it doesn't really matter. I can't even differentiate between the players, so I'm not. I don't know if this is the simplest way, because I obviously could just use the position to be what I'm supposed to do, and the parent could be like this doesn't have to change, right? As long as this is the same, that's okay. The parent needs to be world. That's simple as that. Obviously, the parent can't be a player because then it will fuck up everything. And the position I can change. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know what wall points are. Oh, that's just the 1 point. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just a different. It's just a stupid name. I've named it. So my thoughts are: can you just do like network? Oh. I don't know if I want to. Well, I can't spell apparently, but okay, it's definitely not fucking with instantiate and spawn, so there clearly needs to be something more to this. And I'm clearly a pretty stupid guy for thinking I could just write things in there without knowing what it is. Is there a simpler tutorial? Like I don't even think this is it is the latest version, right? I'm always a little confused by the docs. Seems like this shouldn't be as difficult as yeah. It should be a lot simpler. I feel like. I think I'm a little stupid for whatever reason. Hey, network prefab list. Do I add anything to this? Default network prefab lists. Do I add all the prefabs that are supposed to be on network to here, or do I just nah? I don't know. Well, I can probably try it. It's not fucking with that. Okay. It's not fucking with that either. Okay. Okay, this is not supposed to be touched upon. I'm okay with that. This is using Unity transport, but that's probably okay. Unity trans. Oh, that's okay. Let's get back to this. It's using client network transform, which would probably mean that it works somehow. all I need to do is just, when I instantiate it, I also want to turn the thingy on. So I'm just gonna probably steal this. It seems plausible to use this, so I'll just use this, take this to here, and we're good, right? Are we good? Is this all I have to do? And I don't know. I don't know how I delete it yet. Oh, I destroy it on the... Well, I think that's alright. Maybe. I don't really know. I'm not really sure. What is ball spawn? Why do I have that as well? Oh, it's vector free ball spawn. I don't really want this here at all. I don't want it public for sure. Let's do it like this. It's a local variable that's gonna change dependent on where I want to spawn the actual ball. I think that's fine. Then when it comes to ball points, I'm just not gonna fuck with that. I still have ball sack and all of these. Why do I have these? Ball sack is probably what am I doing? What am I doing here? What am I doing here? I have ball sack and ball transform and all of these for absolutely no reason. Do I not? Am I stupid? There's no reason why I should have ball sack and ball sack transform. That's the same fucking thing. Okay. So let's change it to only ball sack. And ball points is gonna be ball sack. Ball sack transform position. I think that's alright. I think that's quite alright. Let's remove the forehand and backhand thing. I don't need that at all. I don't need that explanation neither. And I don't think I need that either. Yep. And when it comes to these things, they clearly are not fucking with me. This is not working on network. This is not network wise. So I also have no idea how to make sure that this is done over network. Well, let's see first. Let's just see first how the game is gonna break after what I've done. It always breaks, so because I haven't turned the second. I need to turn this off and turn this on. I think so. I hope so. I don't know so. But yeah, we'll see. I hope it works. I really want to sync the ball today. I want to synchronize the ball. That's really all I'm asking for a day of work. I think that's a pretty good day of work, but we'll see. Okay, let's turn it on. I've got no idea how much time I'll give it today, but I've got good, at least like 2 to 3 hours on my plate going forward, so let's just hope for the best outcome I can. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, I can spawn the ball. I have the ball. Let's now get a client, and the ball is working. It's done. Oh, look at me being all smart and cool and shit. So how does it work? Does it actually... Okay, I can't... Only server can spawn network objects. Okay, so I just need to change the authorities again, but other than that, it works fine. I mean, it did work fine until I tried using. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. um, so this ball is kind of fine, but this one is obviously not. So let's read up on this. Let's actually see what I'm doing here. What I'm doing here is spawning the ball and then making sure that the instance is also being spawned. But this is only on the side of like the server side. I need to make sure that, oh my god, I'm stupid. I really don't have this shit figured out. I don't know how to do it. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good progress. And that's pretty good. This is the code that I've used. There's really not more to explain. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. I have to take the groceries apparently. Awesome. Fucking man of the house. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that at some point I should probably sort out the groceries, put everything in the fridge, and all that. But I'm at work right now, and they can't expect me to just fucking do things around the house all the time. Nobody said I would have to do that today. Like I'm fine with that, but it would just take like a half an hour, and I want to work now, so fuck that. Where was I? Where do you get that? Okay. Let's just see what this does. If let's just hide these. Oh, I don't know what these. I don't think I care about it either. Can I though still use all the parameters that I'm using? No. I don't think I can. No, I can't. Okay. So I'll still need my prefab, which is supposed to be just the prefab, right? Yep, my prefab, but how do I set it to all the parameters that I want it to? Because here I have the network object on a client, okay. Destroy with scene is player object and then position and no parents. It doesn't have an parent thingy. Fuck. I'm really trying to understand what I'm reading. It's not getting through to me at all. uh, I'm not sure if I understand what I'm reading, but I think somewhat. I don't know why it's so complicated. Like, it's probably really not complicated. I just haven't really messed with RPCs at all, and I think I definitely should mess with RPCs or at least learn how to use them. But I'm just not into it. I always try to think of a different or more simple way because all these scripts are way too complicated. But I clearly need a um hmm like I actually need to learn shit and I hate that. I hate it. I hate to learn through these methods. I feel like this is such a stupid way of learning things. It's stupid. It is. Because I know it's simple. I know the solution is gonna be crazy simple, but I have to learn all of this just to get to the solution. And I hate that. I just hate that. Let's keep these things for now. This makes it so that the client can, or not the client, but the owner, the server side, the host, can spawn the ball, and that works fine. All I need to do is have this not on E key, right? But on the actual logic, and the actual logic side could run only on the server side if I'm not smoking crack. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking that? Like, you're never gonna. Well, I don't know. I still wanted you to have at least some control from where you're, from the point where you're serving from, like the point where you want to serve from. I still wanted to have, when you press E, it should, I don't know. Let's see if this actually works. If I can get anything from the client list and the thingies, like what does that do? I'm trying to solve multiple things at the same time. I don't think that's working out. I don't think that's smart. But I've seen some videos, okay? I've seen tutorials on RPCs and all of that. And my head always gets blown by the amount of code they're writing. Like, I don't think, like, every time I watch a tutorial on using RPCs, to communicate between the client and the host, it always just is such a mumbo jumbo. Like, I know the code should be simpler, but they're always kind of making sure that everything, all that and all that, and they always just add like crazy amount of useless code, like spaghetti code that just is there for, well, for the issues that Unity had at the time. But I know that Unity is always trying to improve their code, and I just feel like there has to be a simpler way, right? Like, I get it. If you want to make something universal, if you want to make some code that you can use for all the instances, for everything you do in the game, then you need to make something actually a little more complicated. But I'm doing the simplest fucking thing on the earth, and I don't see any fucking point in me trying to solve it through the tutorials that I've watched. I genuinely think they are way too complicated. I think the solutions aren't real solutions. They're just kind of like explaining the problem in a complicated way. And I get it, that's what programmers do. They just over explain things very much, very easily. And I need something simple. I need something straight and simple. Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. And I know it'll work. That's the crazy part about it. Like, I know this shit will work if I only just hope and pray and do things like simpler and whatever. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Half of the time I'm just lost at words, but okay. So I got the client. Obviously the client cannot spawn the ball. That'll ruin everything, but before I do that, let's do this and see. I've got a list with one network client. What does that mean? Does that tell me anything? No, it doesn't. It actually tells me exactly nothing. Okay. There are a lot of things that I have to figure out. Like, if I'm, I don't know. Maybe no. Maybe I won't. I don't really know. I'm pretty happy with the fact that I've made the ball kind of work, to be honest. I'm really happy with that. And if I could hit the other player, I could even probably do something funny or something like, like actual gaming shit. But I don't know. I'm just trying to think of what is the best way to use my time right now. Like, how do I learn how to do that? Because right now I can't, as a client, I have no authority. And if I want the authority as a client, I have no option than to learn what RPCs are, right? Fuck, Unity, netcode, RPCs. Like, what is that actually? What actually is that? This is gonna take a lot of time to learn. Do you guys think that I could just... Do you guys think that I could just do this? I don't think I could. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would that solve anything, right? That's stupid. But what if it does? What if it just does? Also, I need to destroy the object on both sides. Right now I'm just destroying the object, which it doesn't like, but maybe if I send it to the server it'll just work. Once again, I'm finding myself using the... Okay. The RPC method must end with RPC suffix. Good to know. I haven't done that. What does that mean? It must end with RPC suffix. Is it just that? I know it's not gonna work. There's no... Like, why would this work? It's not gonna work, right? It's stupid. I'm stupid. Well, there aren't any errors, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, everything's working just fine. Yeah, it's gonna work fine, guys. Trust me. Trust the process. Trust the process. Let's first of all reset the client. It's gonna take a while, but that's okay because I have all the time in the world, right? I'm not like doing this shit on my own time. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I wanted to say, but it doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Let's now run it. And guys, if it works, I'll be really happy. But I don't think there's any way in hell that would make any difference. But I said it before, right? I said it before that most of the things are just a simple solution with a lot of steps that you don't really need to understand, right? I don't need to know how RPCs work if I'm just doing shit. Right? Okay, so this works. And now if I press E, something happened. And it also happened here. If I do this, the ball is being controlled. If I do this, the ball is be Guys, did I cook? Did I cook or what? No. I'm on the server side. I'm playing with the ball. The ball is doing things, right? The ball is doing things. Let's go to here. The ball is doing things. I want to reset it. No errors? Nothing? Yeah, guys, I actually cooked. So as you can see, there is really no point in learning anything in Unity. Sometimes I could actually learn what this does. I could learn why I need this as a suffix. I could learn all of that. I could watch like hundreds of tutorials and feel like a really big head, smart pants fucking guy. But instead, what I do, what is my method, what is my way of learning things in Unity, just put it in code. And if it works, you've solved it. You can move on. It's easy as that. It's honestly as easy as using things that you have no idea what they do, but you just use them and they work eventually. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I actually think this is the proper way to do it. I'm not sure at all. I really am not sure if this is the way to go, but hey, it works for me, and I'm really not gonna be like, yeah, well, you need to. No, I'm just not gonna complain. Like, it works. It works fine. That's goated. That's actually goated. So, the next step is actually working with the players. I hate that. Now, I've got an idea. As always, I've learned what RPCs are now. What if I do set color RPC and I send it to the server because I'm a good boy. And as a good boy, I'll just do that. What if it just works, right? Like, this command already worked somewhat, but I'm not gonna pretend that it is working. I also want a different print, which I'm gonna just kindly use this. It seems to work somewhat, so I'm just gonna do find game objects this time, with the tag player, and I just need it to go to string, probably. Like, does it matter? Does it matter? Well, I mean, obviously it matters, but not to me. Definitely not to me. I'll just delete this one because I don't feel like I need it. I don't think this is not a straight path to the player. I just want to change the color of them. If I can do that, then I can differentiate between all the players in a somewhat crazy, crooked way. And that's good enough for me, honestly. I know there must be a better way to do it. I know I will probably have to learn how to spawn the player where he is supposed to be spawned, but until I get to that point, I think I'm pretty good with just doing things my way. Obviously, there is literally no point in having 4 colors for each player when I just need 2 colors and I could have it in an array. I've just done that to I don't know why I've done that, to be honest. Is the camera gonna render? Come on. Is it just not working because I've already turned it on? What's up with that? Yep. What was I testing again? Yeah, I'm testing if it actually inputs the player list, right? I know that it didn't work before, like just getting the list of the player prefabs, that wasn't fucking with me. But maybe if I just do it in an RPC, it just works. Who knows? I have Unity game objects, just once, and I don't have it on the client side. So right now there is nothing being done to the client. I don't think that's bad yet. I haven't decided yet if it's good or bad. Oh, well, that's stupid. Is it because the other player is looking that way? Whatever. I know the collisions detection and this is kind of crooked, fucked up, but that's okay. I don't have to deal with that today. Oh, I mean now. So what do I actually do with the list? It gives me Unity Engine game object as just one, and I want all of them, right? So do I just, how do I don't remember. Do you just do the parentheses to know what you're talking to? Can I just do like game object name, something like that? Nope, it doesn't contain game object. What does it contain then? Why does it not contain game object? Come on. They obviously have the same name, so I don't know how this helps, but yeah, this is not gonna help, but at least if it says 2 player clones, I'll be happy, right? 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 I have no idea. There are obviously better ways to do it, but I just want to know if it's consistent over, like right now it's only doing the things on server side, so it probably should be consistent with player 0 being player 1 and all the other players being the way they are supposed to be. Obviously I'll probably have a different way to switch teams, like a button that does that for you, but whatever. Yeah, it spawns the clone. Okay, so you can definitely differentiate between them. That's good. I think that's good. Now let's change this to color array with teams. Theme colors. Let's name it like that. Let's wait a bit. Let's wait a bit more. And let's wait a little longer. How long is it gonna take? Okay. I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Okay, so I'll just steal this one, the team 2, steal this one, the team 1. That's good, that's good. I'll save it. I'll make sure there's alpha to it. That's good, that's good. I'll remove this whole thing and I'll just do like, how stupid do I want to make it? Right now I think it only will work on, like, my understanding of Unity Engine is that I will only make it work on the server side and the client side will not change colors. That is my understanding of it. If I'm incorrect, then I'll be incorrect. I really have no idea. But how do I need to get this surface input. I could also have a just a variable that's on the player behavior that I'm changing. That could be a way to go, right? So I have a like player team, and it could be a boolean, which would be just true or false, which are all the states I'd probably want to make it boolean, because what if I want to create a spectator or some shit like that? And then again, if I ever do that, I mean, uh, I think the game is fine with just having two teams, right? Like, I don't need spectators, and if I do, I'll just add them add them with a different. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm gonna be honest. If I wanted a spectator, it will make sense to switch from client server side to server side, right? To not host it as a client, but only host it as a server. So then you could have a spectator on the server that's just kind of not playing the game with all the other players. Because right now, if you join as a client, I want you to be a player. I don't want you to choose between being a spectator and a player, and that just seems far, far in the future. And I don't need that now. I don't think I need to add that possibility right this moment. Let's get to the problem at hand. Let's let's do the simple things first and then figure out what it means. I need to get the component which is material, right? Material. And material base color. Now, I'm not gonna pretend like I think that this will work. I don't think this will work. But just so that I can test it out properly, I'll also do this. And I'm not gonna, well, if I'm in it, then I probably can do this. It doesn't matter. Like, there is no point in doing that. I'm not testing it out with 4 players, but just so I keep that in mind for whatever reason. I'll probably make a different script, obviously, for this, but for now, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I just want to find out if it actually changes the colors across the network or just on the host side, because I genuinely have no idea. As you can see, I did not watch any tutorial to the end. I kind of skimmed through them. And it honestly seemed like enough. Like, I don't need to learn more. Like, it seemed pretty easy. So yeah, I have no idea. I genuinely don't know, but we'll just try it out, right? There's no point in going back. There's literally no point in not doing it. So, okay, we're red and we're alone. We wanna spawn as a client. And now if I spawn the ball, it's also gonna trigger the action of changing the colors. It doesn't like that. Okay, that's actually pretty good. There's no material that is to player clone. Okay, that makes sense. What do you call it then? What do you call the surface input material? I mean, it is material, but it's not a component. What is it then? And what's the base map? Where do I get that? I mean, I clearly just ran with it as a crazy person. I mean, yeah. What am I actually trying out? What am I trying to do? I'm trying to change the base map. Changing material base map in Unity. I think there's just a different way to do it, obviously. This is not really helping though. That seemed pretty close. Okay, so you go into the mesh renderer, and why are you changing the color in the mesh renderer? You got the material there, so that makes sense. Okay, that actually makes sense. So what do I have? What do I have? I have mesh renderer and the material in it. Could be it. Could be it. Mesh renderer and then material. I think this makes sense. Honestly, this is pretty reasonable. I probably should have done the code simpler at the beginning. Like I don't know why I'm changing it on all four. Whatever. Don't question my slow methods. I'm not. I don't need a fast pace. I just need things to get done in whatever speed they are supposed to be done. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's turn the player free on for now. I don't think it should. It still should be the list of spawned game objects, so it really shouldn't matter if I spawn a virtual player on any of these. I think, at least. I have no idea. But I will obviously find out if we switch colors. I think that honestly will be huge, but I don't think this is the way to go. I obviously need a better way to spawn the player on each side with its team already joined or something like that. So I don't know. Oh, what's wrong? What's up with that? Okay. Okay, we're joined as a client. We're gonna spawn the ball, and index was a out of bounds of array because it's doing the player thingies that I don't want it to. But apart from that, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So all I have to do is make sure that these things aren't here because I don't want them, and it still doesn't work. Obviously, it doesn't change the color, but it seemed to not really be doing much else, which is still good. Like, it didn't break the game. It somehow works. Somehow works. Not really, but we're getting somewhere, right? So I host it, then I go to the client, so I'm joined, and we're in. Now on the server side, it changes the colors easily, but it doesn't do that here, obviously. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool because that means I'm actually somewhere. That means I'm actually cooking something, right? So I can switch the colors on client, but not on the boat. So what the best way to do it, I think, would be to make sure that I'm doing this in the player behavior. So what I think I'll do is make hold on, I need to switch the color of not just the player itself. Well, what am I doing? What am I doing right now? Player behavior is only I don't know. I figured there must be a better way to do it. I don't think I'm learning enough. Can I do RPC send to both? Something like that? RPC, wait. I've had that somewhere. So I have RPC to the server, RPC to server to everyone. Now we're cooking with that. Now we're cooking with gas. So I think I've just solved it. Am I crazy? I think it's about as easy as that. I don't know. Is it really that simple? I mean, it should be that simple. Like, I think it should be that simple. I don't know why the game development progress took me months to get to this point, but this is exactly how simple I think it should be. This is what I thought it'd be, making the game, just messing around, having fun, because it's all easy and simple. I don't know why I ended up having issues with, well, literally everything. I've just had a non-stop problem with not being able to solve the simplest things in Unity, but I think I'm over it. I think I'm getting to a point where I can actually do the things as simple as they probably are. And there really is no point in complicating shit, right? There's no way it works. There's no way it works like that easily. But if it does, I'm amazed. I'm honestly amazed. But I would be surprised. So if I do this, yep. So I'm green and I'm yellow. So that works. Fuck, that actually works. Okay, that's pretty huge. Is it not? I feel like this way I can differentiate with the player. Do I need a different method to differentiate between each player? Like, do I need that? I don't think I do. I think I'm fine with it being like that. Honestly. I don't know. Is this good enough? I feel like it is. I feel like this is good enough method or way to do it. But maybe I'm smoking crack. Maybe this is not the way to go. If I punch it really... Oh, it still has so much power though. That's crazy. Even at power 2, which is the least power you can give it. You have so much force, yeah. The Unity engine is a wonderful thing. Let's, okay. So now, let's just do some minor adjustments. Let's do the minimum strike power to 1. And the maximum to 21 because I'm crazy. I don't think that's needed. That's not necessary. I think it could be 10, could be 19. I have to keep the strike power at the beginning of the game at the middle because it's just simpler for me to do it that way. I don't have to do it that way because now I'm a little smarter with my code, at least a little smarter with my code, but nonetheless, I think it's better to keep it that way so that the crosshair or the graphic is always in the middle and I don't have to update it on spawn. I mean, obviously I can update it now at spawn. It was just something I had issues with when I implemented it. In the wrong way, obviously. Now it's implemented somewhat correctly, so the issue is not there, but I'm just not gonna fix it. I'm just not gonna fix it at all. I don't even care. I don't know why I booted up the game. I don't have the client ready. It's taken so much time, but the progress is real. The progress is there, I feel like. So let's actually go to stream elements and update my progress there. I think that's also on point. So let's see, that's YouTube, that's good. Let's get to where the dashboard is. Come on, load up. Overlays, goals, and I need to. Okay. Yeah, I know, I feel better. That feels a lot better. Okay, so I've synced the ball. Let's just put that there. Single ball. It's awesome. Now strike controlling I've done. And the only thing that I haven't done is actually the point system, like the point system, game mechanics, something like that. Okay. So if I do this today, if I'm able to make this work today, I could probably think about switching to Steam tomorrow. That's huge, right? I don't think it's a good idea yet, but I mean, when am I supposed to switch to Steam? The sooner the better, right? So that I don't have to worry about things that I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about that. I'm a little afraid, to be honest. I'm a little afraid to switch to Steam. Obviously, I need to buy the Steam page for 100 euros, for 100 bucks, but that's okay. Obviously, setting up the Steam page will also be fun. I think I probably need to do a little bit more preparing before I do that, but that's fine. I don't know why the player 2 is not working right now. Camera, okay, now it's working. What do I want to test out? I want to learn to spawn the player correctly. I think that's a pretty obvious thing to add, which is, okay, so Unity netcode spawning player. Custom player spawning, that sounds right. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're using instantiates, probably so. Yep, we're doing that. That's interesting. I don't know what that tells me though. That's exactly what I've been trying to do. Okay, so I'll have to create my own network manager, which I should have probably done a long time ago. I probably should have switched from all these things that I'm doing in game controller to the network controller, but I'm a little lazy for that, so I'm not gonna do that. But I think I've created my own network manager, did I not? Or did I do client, no, I haven't. Okay. So my current network manager is this guy, the official network manager, which is fine. Let's now create a new guy, which is gonna be custom, or not my network manager. Let's open this bad boy up. Let's give him to network manager. Okay. And so what is relevant? That's okay, that's just the player. So I like that there is a sync war, like you like that makes sense, but I'm a little afraid of touching that right now. Do I need that? Is that I think I do, but let's not do it now. Let's just pretend like it's not that relevant. Okay, next thing. Oh, it's got engine networking. Let's just add that. I don't want to mess things up for reasons unknown to me. Okay. So what do we know and what do we know? It doesn't like nothing. It doesn't like anything, it seems like. Okay. Why is that? So when it comes to changing the colors, I'm doing. Okay, we got a player prefab. That's also, I thought, would be defined by just doing the bare minimum. I don't like that it doesn't like anything. Why does it not like overriding methods? Like, what is wrong with it? Like, I thought that if I steal the code, it's gonna work. I don't think that's a crazy assumption, right? Like, you would assume that they're just that this would just be a thing. I'm just stealing code. I haven't done nothing of any value. I haven't done anything. Anything. I haven't done anything. I can literally just do this and it'll still be not fucking with me. Like, I get that player prefab on all of that you get from why can't I override it? I feel a little sick from that. Like, why can't I do that? Come on, just let me do that. Let me do that one thing. Yeah. It's not fucking with me at all. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe it's just because the way I do things. Maybe it just doesn't fuck with the way I do things. I don't know why would it do the things that it does, but maybe there's a way to go about things and I'm not doing the proper way to go around things, and I'm trying things too simply. I don't really know what I'm saying. But let's turn this one off. Is there anything else that I switched? I don't think so. Let's remove this component completely right now. Let's save this. And so now that actually works. See that as an asset reference? It didn't have that before, right? Am I crazy for thinking that? And will this now work? No, not at all. It still doesn't want to override this method, and so I don't know what I'm doing. Do I just not do that? Do I just... Okay, let's go back. What did I do incorrectly? I haven't learned anything. Are you... Do I just say fuck this and do it the way I think it should be done? So if I spawn and if I spawn a player, right? Hold on, no. This is fine. This is on network spawn. And so when you spawn, I can easily get this, right? This is fine. This is fine, right? So if I spawn the player, it'll automatically switch the color to whatever I said it would. Now, all I need to do is make sure that it doesn't trigger outside the range. So find game object with tag. Basically, I want to make a really simple, probably for each would be the simplest, right? For integer, I don't even remember how to, which is gonna equal 0. Nope. E must be smaller than this length, which means yes, and E++. Okay, now all I need to do is if E, fuck no, I don't remember if it's like this, 0, right? I'm not gonna pretend like I remember what I'm doing, but at least it's gonna do something, right? Okay, so right now what it should do is just do something, right? I'm crazy. It seems 0 is what? Let's check it. So it seems 0 is orange and team. So host is supposed to be orange. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be the other way around, if anything. But it may just not work at all. Object reference not set as an instance of an object. It's immediately having trouble with the things that I've wrote. Before I do anything, let's print E plus and print game object length. I just know I've done something really stupid with this. I know I don't remember how to even write fucking loops, so I need to check what I've actually done. Yeah. How incorrect it actually is. So, okay. It doesn't work at all. Okay. Let's, for the sake of my own sanity, just do this then. That is supposed to work somewhat. But maybe the issue is really with this. We'll see. We'll see. Well, we'll see right now. If it is, then I'll just move the. Well, I don't want. I really want to set. I still want to trigger it when the player is spawned, not when the scene is loaded. Even though no. I definitely want it this way. I need to trigger it when the player is spawned, and I don't think there's a better way to detect that. I mean, there is definitely a different way to detect it, but okay, so it really doesn't like the fact that I'm trying to do that from the player RPC. It doesn't like that. It doesn't like that at all. But I'm just looking for the game controller, and I'm just doing these things that I'm doing. I don't think that's bad. But clearly there must be a better way to do things. Maybe there's a better way to. Can I just game controller? Is this? That's not a thing, right? RPC receive handler. No, it's. That's not really it. And what even is that? Is that a game object class? That's definitely not doing what it's supposed to. Can I do that? It's still not fucking with me. Like I try to do set player when a network overrun, and then it takes me here, and it tries this, and it probably doesn't like the fact that I'm trying to print anything here. Yes. Yep. Okay, let's see now. I'm really trying to use my brain, but I'm stupid. So I don't know. The stupidity always takes over any sort of logic that I could, figure out by myself. I don't even know what I'm saying. Oh fuck. I didn't mean to turn that off. I got a lot of things on my mind apart from the game, so I think it's understandable that I'm a little stupid when I do things, but okay, it's still not fucking with me. Object reference is not set as an instance of an object, and it's getting to RPC problems that I don't understand. Fuck. Okay, so here we are. Let's switch this back to this, and when we're here we want to that really, I feel like this should be okay. So clearly the only problem is that I'm trying to do it from the player behavior when it spawns. No idea why that doesn't why it doesn't like that. I've got an idea how to maybe solve it. Like, so I'll do public void, and it's gonna be like pick team for now. I think that's good enough. What's it gonna do is literally just do this, but I want it to be done over all of them. So I'll just do this. Let's now think about what I'm actually doing. I want a player to do that on the server, or let's just for now do it only on the server side. Let's do pick team, and I'm wondering if that what it does. Yeah, and here I just need to PC. Oh my god, it's always complaining, but that's okay. Okay, so now it does something new, a new behavior, a new way of doing things. I don't know what it's gonna do, but every player is gonna send something to the server, an RPC to the server, and this one is gonna set it across all the RPCs, so it should probably work. No idea if it is gonna work, but hey, at least I've tried out something new, right? I really don't know. Okay, so it doesn't like the RPC method still. What do I do about that? What do I do about that? It really doesn't like that. It doesn't like the way I do it. I don't know what to do about that. RPC parameters, RPC attribute parameters, object reference not set as an instance. I don't really know. Let's change this to everyone. Let's change this to everyone, and let's just no. So if I do that, then I'm gonna, if it loads ever. Oh my god, it's so slow. Why is it so slow? Like, I'm not having an issue with my computer, am I? Well, my memory is kind of being used, but not really. There are still like 3 to 4 gigabytes of RAM that's just empty, so there's really no point why it lags so much. But let's restart Unity. I've learned that sometimes that's all what Unity needs, just hard reset. I don't think I've done anything crazy today, so I don't think I need to reset the whole Unity to make it work. I still don't think it's gonna work, but hey, if it suddenly started working, I'll be like, yeah, I knew that all along. But yeah, we'll see. We'll just have to find out. And so let's see. Let's turn the second player on. I really want this to work. I really do. Because if I could do it in this simple manner, I could already like make a system that spawns you on the different side. And from that point moving forward, making the logic for the points and all that should probably be pretty simple. I'm still not totally sold on that idea, but I mean, it's it's just another step, so I don't know. Okay, it still doesn't like that. And if I do client, it's gonna join. Okay, at least that works. And if I press E, nothing happens. But it still did do me one wrong, but only once. Only on like, why? When am I triggering it? I'm only triggering it. I've not triggered it like too early. No, I haven't definitely. I've not done that. It is interesting that I'm really not sure what to do. But let's add this back in. Let's add the switching colors back in and see if it works, at least on paper, or like when being triggered on a different occasion than on hosting. I'm not sure it's gonna work now, but I mean, I have to try. I mean, how else am I gonna figure it out if I don't try? It feels like all of my game development skills are just trial and error, but I really don't mind that either. So yeah, you don't change color right now at all, and it doesn't like that either. I think it's really fucked up that it doesn't even print this. Like, why does it not print this? I can remove this print at least. Oh wait, that is what it's supposed to print. Fuck. Hold on. Hold the phone. Why is it doing the thing that it does? It's printing a lot of these things, but it shouldn't. Right? Am I crazy? Am I crazy for that? What is it actually doing? What are you actually doing? I haven't been paying attention to it apparently. I thought I did, but I'm just stupid. Okay, so none of that triggers. It's okay. Let's join as a client, and suddenly we've got color, because that makes sense, and we got to it's been triggered so many times. Why does it trigger like hundreds of times? Why is that? It should only trigger twice. Am I crazy? That's definitely not twice. Why is it being triggered so many times? Is it because I'm like, this one is supposed to be on everyone, right? Because if it was only on server, then it wouldn't work. This one is completely irrelevant because it doesn't work. I could probably detect the player spawning in from a different point in the script, so that's also a thing. But okay, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Could you tell? But even if I remove that part that didn't work, it's still triggering more times than it should, right? Like, I'm not crazy about that. When I host, that's okay. I go to client, I join as a client, that's all okay. And if I do this, it triggered only twice. It triggered correctly now. Okay. And I said that the host should be player, which is fine. It's also cool. It's consistent. Yep, the colors are consistent. The ball works somehow. And then it triggers again when you, oh yeah, because I have it on E key. So really what I need to do is just trigger this. Trigger. I need to trigger this when the player spawns, which is here. That's really all I have to do, and it doesn't fuck with that. Doesn't fuck with that at all. This honestly didn't seem like a bad solution. Am I crazy? Like, I genuinely thought that if I join, then it's just gonna work. There's really no crazy code going on here. All I'm doing is looking for the game controller and then triggering the same thing that I'm triggering there. And it doesn't matter if I do it as an RPC, it doesn't matter if I do it as a non-RPC, it just doesn't fuck with me. See, like, even if I do it as an RPC and as a non-RPC, just on a network spawn, it's not gonna trigger. Am I crazy for thinking that? I'm not, because it's been giving me error messages all day. So I'm not crazy. The game engine is crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm completely sane and I know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm completely sane still. And the engine is the one crazy. I'm not crazy. See? It doesn't fuck with that. It really doesn't. And so if I client join, it suddenly works because it's been triggered the second time. The first time it's not fucking with me at all. Could it be because of this? No, I don't see an issue with this. Yeah, I don't really see an issue with this so far. I mean, it shouldn't have a problem with triggering it on. Well, I'll have to test it, I guess. If I press E whilst there is only one player, if there's an error message, then I know where the problem is, right? So if I press E, there's no error message. So I really don't know what the issue is. I don't know why there's an issue with it when it's being spawned. I don't know why it's having trouble with that. It clearly works when I do it a second time. It clearly works when the second player joins. It doesn't fuck with it when I spawn the network. So how do I do that? How do I work around with this? My thoughts are I could trigger it within the game controller in a different manner, but I don't know why would I need to do that. I really don't know. I don't know. Like, obviously when I press E, the game begins, so I could have a different button for like start the game that forces the players that are already joined to take teams, But it's stupid. Like I feel like when you join, you should automatically be assigned to a team. I could make it simpler for myself if I don't do that, but it doesn't make sense. On network spawn works fine with different players, but not if you're the first player, because it doesn't. It says it's an instance of an object. Object. What is it? I've got this message like 100 times. Is there a simple solution? Reference unity reference object not set as an instance solution. Like, is there something I could do? I don't know why I wrote it that way. Whatever. Is there a simple way to understand this error message? Because I've gotten it like hundreds of times, and that's not really what I'm looking for. Like, I know this issue will not have yep. So for some reason, when I'm on network spawn, is it like too early? Like, do I solve this by doing the stupidest fucking thing that I can think of, which is just moving it to the bottom of the fucking thing? I don't like that I'm doing this and thinking that it will solve anything, but if it does, I won't be mad. I really wouldn't be mad if it works. I would actually be pretty happy. I would actually be genuinely considering to, have a blast off and be really glad that I've solved something with my brain, my big brain of mine's. There's no way it's gonna do anything though. So I host, yeah. It's still, it doesn't, and the worst thing is that I'm not sure from where it's triggering, but I assume it's triggering from the game controller. And so it's trying to find game objects with tags player. If there's really no reason why it shouldn't do the things it does. How to identify my issue. I think the best way to identify my issue is to... Why are always people... I'm doing something, I don't have time. Okay, I'll be right back. Another delivery. There's no one outside, but apparently I'm supposed to go outside, so I'm just gonna go outside and hopefully the delivery boy will arrive. Fuck me, right? Fuck me for doing any amount of fucking work. Yeah, fuck me. Fuck me. But yeah, I'm going outside. Okay, delivery has been received and I can get back to the grind at hand, which is awesome. I genuinely don't know what to do, but let's see. Let's see what it does when you... I don't know. Like if it's returning null on... there's no game control. That works. That's fine. Right now what I'm doing is triggering this RPC that's being triggered on all fucking accounts, and I'm looking for a game object with tag game controller, which is this one, and I'm getting the component game controller, and I'm trying to set the player RPC, which as far as I'm concerned is fine. Okay, so I don't really know how to identify my issue, but I think I'll figure it out. Yeah, so the same issue is still here, and so what it doesn't like, well, what does it not like? Like something is missing at a reference, something is null when it's not supposed to be. I don't know why. I don't know why. It kind of seems like it's not being... I don't know what this is, but I'll remove it. I got an RPC for the new ball, which is fine. There's nothing being triggered when the network is spawned, which could be an issue. I got a crazy idea. Why am I triggering it from player behavior? I don't need that, do I? Because if the RPC is being triggered everywhere and not just on the server side, I just have to trigger it on a network spawn from anywhere. Like even if the network spawns here, it still triggers an RPC here, right? Right? It's as simply as that. It's as simple as that, right? There's no need for me to do it in this complicated manner that I've chosen to do it in, right? I'm not being crazy right now. I'm actually being extremely smart. Let's just move this here. Yeah, let's move it here. I don't think that really matters. And on network spawn, I'll just set this on network spawn. Now I'll make it work again. I don't need to see that. In theory, this shit should work, right? I'm not being stupid, am I? Or am I? I don't really know. I'm not sure because it literally should be triggered from this, from client, the same way that it's being triggered from anywhere else, right? So this works, obviously. And if I go to client, I am red, so it doesn't work. It almost works. It almost works. It almost works. Huh. That's interesting. On client, I've got only one for the length of when I've joined. Why is that? I'm joining it and the player isn't spawned yet. But that doesn't make. When is the player being spawned? Is the player being spawned not on a player on network spawn? It's like game controller is being spawned before that. So I'm triggering that before the player is actually in the scene. Very crazy. So I still want to get give it back to player behavior and to trigger it from here, but I can't trigger it from here because that doesn't work. That's an interesting nuance that I don't get at all. It doesn't really make sense to me. All I need to do is trigger this at the right time on network spawn. If I could just add it to on network, like on players connect, on client connect, which is like the button, but I also don't think the button is like, this is definitely not the place to do it. This is a mono behavior. Well, clearly this is not a place to do it. But I do go through network manager singleton. I feel like I need to go through network manager somehow. Like I need to use that object more often than I do. Well, I don't use it at all. But fuck do I don't know what to do. So what if I, instead of game object here, look for what does it consist of? There's a lot of things that it consists of. There's a lot of things. And I can still use like find objects with types, find oh, it's clearly far more difficult than I want it now. I still don't really understand why I can't override a method for spawning players. I'm kinda mad about that, to be honest. Ooh, matchmaking. This is all a bit more complicated than I need it to be. I don't like that. Like, this is obviously explaining something, but it's legacy and it's not even that helpful. I feel like I should have known these things from the get-go. I feel like I've hmm, that doesn't really tell me anything. I don't think so. I my thoughts are if I did this if statement somewhere, it could fix it, but I don't really understand the issue that I'm having, to be honest. Because if I trigger this whilst the players are joined, it works fine. It just triggers on network spawn, but I need to trigger it on like every player being spawned. And if I do that from the player behavior, it doesn't work on the first instant. I don't really understand it at all. Like, my issue is such a stupid one, I feel like. Because if I trigger it from network spawn on the player, it doesn't work when hosting. But if I trigger it from here, it doesn't work when joining as a client. So it seems like all I have to do is trigger it again, because right now it triggers on network spawn probably when you start up the server, and when you join as a client, you don't really trigger this, right? I assume that's correct. Print fuck me. But I don't think fuck me is gonna get triggered when I join as a client. Am I crazy for thinking that? Probably so, because it doesn't make sense. But I guess I'll have to just see for myself. I also haven't like turned on and off the client, and I don't know if that's relevant or not. To this day, I don't know if I have to restart virtual players anytime I make adjustments to the game. I honestly thought that the client would update with the changes that I'm making to the scene, but it really doesn't seem like that. So just to make sure that everything is working correctly, I'll just restart it and we'll see. Right now, what I think when I host, there should be a fuck me in the console and I should be orange. As a host, that's pretty simple, so I don't think that should not work. Let's check the console. Fuck me. There's one player, and the E ended at 0, which is where the loop is supposed to end, and everything works fine. Now, I'll join as a client. I get fuck me going on, but I only triggered once. Even though I've triggered twice here, which is good, I've only triggered once here. Because I joined as a player, but it doesn't make sense. Can anybody explain this to me? Why, when I join as a second player, I don't get triggered until after I join? Like, this doesn't really make sense, because it works on host, so I would assume that it would get through the client as well, but it doesn't. It has to be something really stupid. Like, it only, what if let's do it the other way around. Let's host it from the client, let's join as a client from the preview. That could be a thing. It could be a thing, right? It definitely could be a thing. So I'll just click host here. That's working. Great. Join as a client here. And that's not working. And it's triggered only once. If I trigger it again, it would obviously learn about different players by that point, but that's a little too late. That is a little too late. So I can't have it on network spawn. I can't have it. I need to have it on network spawn. I need to have it on player spawn. And I tried to changing that script, and that wasn't working. Like I can't change things here, override things here, which I also don't really understand. I don't even know where that was. Not here. Maybe somewhere here, but not really. Yeah, he's trying to do things. Custom player spawning. That's literally what I thought I would have to do, and it would make sense, but the version is obviously not the one that I'm using, so I assume custom player spawning, the version is Unity is unsupported. How do I go to a version that's supported? Is there, what do I do? That's also Unity discussions. That's all Unity discussions. So, okay. Well, what's he doing? Ooh, face punch transport. What are you doing? You're crazy. What is he making, like Rust server? But I don't think I like that approach. I feel like that's a stupid way to solve things. I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't even have a scene manager yet. I feel like he's smoking a little bit too much crack for my taste. I don't like the solutions that I'm finding. Obviously, all of these solutions are for different problems, so I don't understand why there's a tutorial that they just killed. Like do you not want this as a feature anymore? Like what did they do to change this feature on newer versions? If it's not supported, then what is supported? What do you support? What is the correct way then? That's what I hate about Unity. All of these versions that are not supported anymore. Like this seems like the proper way to do it. Like how else am I meant to do it by not changing the way you add the player? That seems like the simplest fucking way. But no. It's not as easy as that. It's not as easy as that. I clearly want that on server side, that the server will hold the information about what team are you on, but I still need that RPC to be sent to everyone. Like, I'm not crazy, I still need that to be updated everywhere and set the player team, say whatever. And that's the way to do it. Like, I don't think I'm crazy for thinking that's the way to do it. Like, that is the way to do it. I'm not crazy, that is the way to do it. But it only gets triggered once when you join as a second player, even though there is supposed to be 2 players at that point. But it does work on the server side, even though it's sent to everyone. So it should work, but it doesn't. So I don't know what tutorial am I supposed to use now. And it all is a little more complicated than I like it. I don't like the way I don't like the way people do things. I hate looking through problems that other people have. Oh, he's running it like that. It doesn't really matter. What is his issue? That works. That's his issue. I feel like I'm not seeing what's the issue. Okay, I have no idea what's your problem, dude. I have no idea what's your problem. I'm sorry, dude, but I have no idea what's your problem. I feel like I have to. Well, I don't feel like I can do these RPCs to set the player position within the game controller when I can't even change their color. If I could change their color consistently, then I wouldn't feel scared to use an RPC to determine what team you're on and what side and where you're supposed to spawn. That all seems kind of easy if you're able to consistently trigger the RPCs. But right now, it seems like I'm not doing that, and I don't know how to do that. I especially have no idea why I can't do that. I feel like this should be a way to do it. Like, if I do it as a game, I don't really think that there is anything wrong with me doing it like this. Genuinely, I don't see an issue with that. The same way I don't see an issue with doing it like this. If I pick a team, all I have to do is send this RPC within all the servers and all everywhere. And now I have like 3 different methods that trigger on spawn. And it's gonna give out an error message because there is a null reference when you load the scene for the first time, but I don't know why. I just need to create a breakpoint, which was the fuck me print. That was on point. So print set player set team triggered and game controller. I mean, I'm doing it just for myself, so I know what I'm doing, but I'll just make the text a little bit longer so it really, like, even visually looks like a break. But if I run it, I know that I'm gonna get an error message when hosting for the first time, and then as a client it's just gonna work and the colors are gonna be set both of the time. So right now the colors and the game is gonna be okay. I was a little afraid that there's no error message, but there still is. So the null reference will have to be fixed somehow. It obviously is. The null reference is from the player behavior when it's being triggered somewhere here. Most likely it's this one. It's most likely this one. So if I remove that, nothing's gonna change. It's still gonna have a null reference and it's still not gonna fuck with me, but at least it's having that issue in an RPC and not in a crazy reference in the on network spawn, but it's still the same. It's still the null reference, but the game all in all works. It works. And now the issue that I had will not be here because everything gets triggered twice. It's correct. It also gets triggered many of times here. Many of times. It does a lot of things here, but after it does them, it works. It's not a bad, like, it's not good. It's not bad, but it's not good either, so I don't know what to think. I'm a little lost on this one. And the physics are crazy as well on the client side. Look at that. Yeah, the game is still crazy bad. Like, it's not good. It's not good by any means, but that's not really an issue that I'm willing to care about right now. I would more so like to solve the different issues that I'm having, other than the fact that it just doesn't work that well. I'm really trying to figure out how to solve this properly, not as a crazy person, but how to actually solve it as a reasonable, how to solve it reasonably, but I have no idea. Oh, even that's still adding power. It's interesting. So, another minor adjustment. I will probably have the minimal strike force at 0, apparently. It's still adding force even at the highest, so okay. Because I want the lowest power to be actually just the physics engine without any force. I thought that the value 1 would be as nothing, but apparently it ain't, so it's okay. But I really don't know what to do about this. When should this be triggered? When do I trigger this? What else time? Like, I still need to trigger it when the player is joining, right? Like, the moment the player joins, it's supposed to work. I don't know. Also, why does my stream not attract like nobody? I thought that if I stream on vertical that it's gonna appear while scrolling, and so I thought that while scrolling I would at least have some views, even from like lurkers and people that don't care at all, but it doesn't really work. That doesn't work at all. Why is that? Also, the chat is off. Chat is not working at all. That's another thing that I'm pretty sure I made sure that it is working. So nothing is working. What am I even streaming? Why am I streaming like this? Why am I streaming like this? Why is it not working? I don't get that at all. Like, out of all the things, the chat should at least work. I've tested it yesterday. It worked. can use this chat, but that's not really, that's not public. Why is that? Not only can't I change the title from Czech to English, even though I've done that multiple times, it doesn't care about that at all. It always takes Czech over English because apparently I'm from Czechia and I'm not using VPN, so I have to be streaming in Czech, which is stupid. So that's probably why no one is. But it's all, it's all, it's all okay. Like you should be able to use chat no matter what. Oh, chat is working now, at least here. So that's good. That's awesome. It doesn't only appear on the stream, it also can be interacted within YouTube, which I don't know why it didn't load up. But how do I like make sure that people can watch the stream? How do I do that? How to make sure your stream appears while scrolling? I don't like the AI slop, it doesn't help. I don't want to keep the stream rolling while scrolling. I don't care about picture in picture. How to YouTube stream to vertical? Like, I don't really know. So in theory everything should be fine. In theory I should be able to appear whilst people are scrolling and the algorithm just doesn't like me. That's good. It's still okay. Like, okay, so the algorithm hates me. But apart from that, what do I do? How do I make the... Well, obviously the algorithm hates me if I'm streaming with a Czech title that's not in Czech. That's obviously pretty stupid. Why can't I change YouTube title language? So can I change that? So YouTube just decided that I'm using Czech and it doesn't care. I don't know what to do about that. I really don't. I don't know what to do about that. I think that's stupid. I think that's a really stupid way of doing things. And I don't even care that my stream is having like as little frame as it can, or all that. I don't care about that at all. All I wanted to do is make the stream to be able to appear while scrolling. I thought that wouldn't be as difficult, but I guess I haven't done that. I guess I haven't done that at all. That's awesome. Is there anything I can do about that? Well, not now, I assume. I assume there's nothing I can do about it now. I think that's stupid. I'm running into issues that I don't know if I have to do anything about. Like, stupid. This is all of this is in English, by the way. So literally everything on Google account I have in English, except for when I actually get to fucking YouTube, then it all just goes to Czech, and I can't change it. I what do I do about that? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? It doesn't. Okay. So if I clear my cache and cookies, that's gonna help? Crazy? Uh, okay. So, did that do anything? I changed my Google account to English. Did that turn the stream off or something? I don't think it did. I wonder if I can change it now here. I don't think I can though, but it's not like I can think of anything else. Maybe if I reset it. This all seems to be switched to English, which is awesome. This is still in Czech, so it's still not. It still doesn't care about me at all. So I'm gonna switch it to English once again. No, title and description is still in Czech. Like I can't change that. The stream language is in English. The content has never been aired on US TV, so at least I have these things set correctly, I think, but the title and description, I can't change them. Okay, so I have to go to YouTube Studio. Okay, so somewhere in YouTube Studio I can change that, not in stream, but in the general YouTube Studio thing. So I'm gonna go to YouTube Studio, go to settings, country of residence is Czechia, but do I change that? Like I feel like I still should have the country of residence as Czechia, but that doesn't make sense to me. I'm really not. I'm trying to be smart about this, but there's nothing that would make sense to me. So I changed the defaults, upload defaults to English, at least in that sense, but now if I go to stream again, if I get back to my stream, if I try to edit the language again, will it work? I don't think it will. English, save. Changes have been saved. Changes have not been changed. Why the fuck does it do it like that? I really want to get back to working on the game, but I feel like I need to figure this out before I do that. Content section, click show more, and language captions. What are they saying? So I go to content, I go to content, I go to show more on the content. Where do I show more on fucking content? Content is literally just the video that I've made. And I don't really know what they're saying. Language and caption certifications. Change the video language and description language to the correct one and save your changes. This video doing, like, I get it. All I need to do is actually just change it somewhere here. Maybe. Let's show more. I can go here. And what if I change it here? No, and go to subtitles. Why do I have subtitles in Czech? With it shouldn't be linked to the title. Obviously there is literally no reason to have fucking subtitles on the stream. No one's doing them. I don't know why it's forcing that for me, and especially why is it forcing it with fucking Czech language? No idea. Actually, genuinely no clue. Okay, so I've got another, what if I just, country of residence, let's just change that to, I don't know, like United fucking Kingdom, or what do I do? Is that smart? If I change that to United Kingdom, now I'm a UK streamer apparently, just like that. Hey guys, I'm from the UK now. Everything's just been changed because I'm from the UK now. Can I now finally change this to English? Nope. Title and description language is still being forced to Czech. Even though it's in English, it's being forced upon me in Czech. That actually makes no fucking sense. At least to me, that makes absolutely zero fucking sense. I don't know. Also, I have no idea why I haven't attracted a single viewer. Why is it so hard to stream these days? Like, I feel like even a random lurker, if I'm having a vertical stream, there should be a chance that I'm like someone scrolling past me. I've seen many of times streams of people that really had no viewers at all, and they still like appeared on my fucking scrolling bar. And if there are like 8 billion fucking people on this planet, let's say half of it uses the internet casually, half of that uses the internet maybe a little more than casually, there should be at least like someone, right? At least a single person that goes by and is like, hey, this guy is making video games, I'm gonna check on that. But the algorithm doesn't fuck with me at all. Like, the algorithm actually hates me. I feel like the algorithm actually, I don't know. I don't know why I can't break a viewer. Like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I genuinely thought that if I stream as for vertical for like a couple of hours, then maybe even a random lurker would appear. Because on Twitch, that's what happens. You know, when you stream on Twitch, sometimes someone appears. It's very rare. It's hard to bring in viewers on Twitch, but sometimes somehow somebody always appeared. You know, and so I thought that on YouTube it just has been the issue of algorithms. So okay, I'm switching to vertical, it's gonna change something. It didn't change shit. I don't know why. I wish there was somebody who could like tell me what to do, how to make this, how to set up the stream correctly, because I genuinely thought that I have it set up. I've set it up correctly. I thought that the way I've done it is the way to do it. Is that crazy? I felt like that's not really crazy. But I really don't know what to do. Yeah, I feel like I can't really change the fucking title and description from Czech. I just can't do that. It's just not letting me change that. I could do it Chinese and it's still gonna change the Czech, and I don't know why. Let's go to Reddit. Somebody's doing. Hey, that's interesting. Somebody has an interesting fix for me. Let's see. So I go to here and I add empty subtitles, because that makes sense, right? Because I have Czech. Oh, I can't add English because it's in English. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is that? Edit subtitles. Nope, I don't want to do that. That seems like crazy work. Generating automatic subtitles. That's crazy that it's generating automatic subtitles for the stream. I don't know if that works. I don't think it works. But I can't delete the English, like the Czech I meant. I can't delete the Czech subtitles at all. And the English is there automatically because the video language is in English, but the title is not. Why? Boy, does this not make sense. Hold on. Hold on. Let's get this. Let's get the subtitles again. And if I now do this, I do wonder if that changes anything. Let's also take the description and add it there as well. Now I've done the bare minimum. And if I change it here to English, oh my god, it works. Okay. I'm a little afraid that if I change it, I've got a bad feeling that now I've got a default subtitle name that it's, no, it is taking, I can't edit it here. Okay, I think I've actually done something. I think this is huge for me. I don't think the algorithm liked the fact that it had check title and description, obviously. Obviously. But I didn't know what to do about that. And yeah, let's delete the check from it completely. Like, there is no point to have that. I want to keep it English, obviously. So, okay, that's huge. That's actually huge. Okay. So now I can clearly bring in new viewers easily, right? Clearly, surely somebody will find me now. Just I'm just gonna add, I can use that as notes. if no one's gonna chat in my chat, I can just use it as notes. It displays on the stream. If I ever go anywhere, I can just type it in chat and it's gonna keep on the screen. That's kind of big. That's kind of really nice. I fuck with that. It seems to take a while to sync, but that's okay. Yeah. This is okay, this is fine. I'm fine with what I've done today. I've at least solved the issue with the language. I think that was really stupid, so... I mean, stupid of me, not... I mean, it was a little stupid of Unity as... I mean, YouTube as well, but... It was more so my fault, so... I'm glad I figured that out. I wonder now, though... What's my next thing to do? Like, how do I fix the game now? Now that I fixed the stream, how do I fix the game again? I'll have to figure out a way. I'll have to. I have no other option. I have nothing else to do. And there honestly has to be there has to be a solution that's kind of reasonable, right? Let's try to break apart my issue again. Always helps. So the issue is that if I trigger it from the player, I'm triggering a null reference to a game controller that is supposed to be there, but it doesn't like it for some reason. The error message is clearly being sent from here. How can I check that? Like this. Print before error message and after message immediately afterwards. I think that's a simple way to solve this. So now I know for sure that the error message is always just when I use this. It's not here in the game controller that it's having a trouble with this. It's never having trouble with that. This works fine. This is a great script. This is a great RPC call. This is a great function. It works. That's all I need from it. Just for this to work. And that's fine. What if no, I can't do it in update. That would be a fucking disaster. I thought if I could do it like before this something. Like if I'm not the owner, I trigger it. And that doesn't make sense. I really don't want to do that. Let's just see my prints first. Let's just prove to myself that I know what's the issue somewhat, even though I don't really get it. Okay, so now I click host, and if I check the console, it's before error message, and then it's not getting through to the next thing. But if I join as a client, on the other hand, what does that do? It still has an error message. It doesn't work at all, and we're fucked. That's interesting. That is very interesting because it worked fine just a second ago. So that's very interesting. That is actually very interesting. So how do I trigger this within the player behavior for it to work? I assume that I have to, I'm sending an RPC to everyone. If I do it only as a server, so I'm sending only to the server the fact that I want to pick the team, and the server is finding the object game controller, and then it's setting the, like, in theory I feel like this should work. It obviously doesn't, but that's life. I also should remove the call from on network spawn of the game controller. That's not helping anybody. But I assume this still doesn't work at all. It's fine. I think it's just a matter of resetting the client, so I'll just do that before I even touch the code. At least this way I can check if that's actually the issue. I'm not sure if that's the issue, if that's the thing that happens usually. I'm not sure at all, so at least I'll check it now. So let's see if that's a thing. I don't know. Okay, so I'm hosting. That should work, even though it doesn't. It should work. Yeah, it's okay. Whatever. It's still fucking with that. That makes sense. I haven't changed the thing. All I want to check is if the client works now. I assume it's just the inconsistency. Yeah. So it didn't print any errors at all. It's what did you do? It didn't trigger the, yeah, that's triggered only on the server side, so that's probably been done. So it sends the so there's only one error that's being loaded right now, and that's on spawn. And apart from that, it works. That's interesting. That is very interesting. So I want to remove this from network spawn because that hasn't worked correctly before. Yes, that makes sense. And all I need to figure out is how to trigger it from here correctly. Right now I have it on network spawn, which is here. I pick the team, which sends the function to the game object on server side only. So client works fine. but the host is not fucking with that. Why is the host having an empty reference when doing this? When you're hosting, you're booting up the server. When the player joins, it gets to here, and when I try to look for a tag with game controller, it sets an empty reference, which I don't really know why. The reference should not be null, the reference should be the game controller itself. Just like it should be, right? Like that makes sense. That would make sense if it makes sense. What am I saying? In theory, I feel like it should work. Yeah, it doesn't work. I really don't know why is it not working. Okay, I'm red and it doesn't work, but if I join as a client, it's gonna send the RPC to the client side, which sets both teams correctly, which is awesome, but doesn't really make sense. And it gets triggered on multiple occasions for whatever reason. I join, I have it right now on the player, so it gets triggered for both of the players that are being joined here. Which I don't really want. I want it to be triggered once because a player has joined or a thingy has been done, but I don't want it to be triggered more than once for each player in the scene, which I'm currently doing. So what would make sense in my head, once again, would be to remove it from the player at all. Let's not have the player do it when he spawns. Let's trigger it instead, once again, in the game controller like I've done before. So on network spawn here, it gets triggered. And if I'm hosting and only one player is there, I don't really need a team. So if it doesn't work on that occasion, that's okay if it works on all the other occasions. Am I crazy for thinking that's a way to solve it? I'm a little crazy, okay? I'm a little crazy for thinking that's a solution, but I still think it's completely plausible. Is it not? Is it too much to ask from the engine to do? Oh, I haven't. Let's reset the client again. Let's do things properly. Let's hope that everything works fine. I've been streaming for 3 hours, so I'm obviously a little tired now. Wow, I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm so tired, guys. I'm so tired. Streaming is so fucking hard. Obviously not. I'm still pretty fresh. I still think I can make progress. I still think I can come up with solutions. I don't think I'm completely fried. But to be honest, that is probably because I'm not smoking weed anymore. At least not today. No, I'm really trying not to, but my brain is in a good state. I don't think I'm being stupid with what I'm doing. Okay, so I host, I have the color, everything works. That I knew. And now it's not gonna work on client because client is smoking crack. Is that correct? Let's see. Client is smoking crack and the client has not delivered on the promise it was supposed to. Here it works fine. Here it works fine. Here it doesn't work at all. Oh, and I also need to do something with the colliders, but that's not on the, not now. What do I do about that? Like, I'm so close, right? I'm so close. The ball is working. The players are being differentiated apart from each other correctly. the ball is being hit it correctly. I can play the game somewhat correctly. All that. But all I'm missing is the consistency of setting the team color. Why? It is interesting though, because it's being triggered on the server, okay, but it's not on the client. So what if I change something? What do I even change? Like, this RPC is being sent to everyone, and so I don't know why it shouldn't work. Like, clearly the player is a player. It even holds the right it's being sent to everyone, so everybody should print, and I'm only printing one at a time right now. I just need a better way to spawn the players in. I still feel like there is no proper way of spawning player. Like, this is not supported, and I need something that is supported. I would love if I could just use this. That would be amazing. That would be huge. That would be, wow, that would be awesome, but that's not how it works. So what else could I, what am I even, how am I even gonna solve this? What is the, let's close all of this. Let's close as much of it as I can. A lot of it is irrelevant anyways, so what if I instantiate them the same way I'm instantiating the, no, I don't even know how the player is being spawned. It's being done through network manager, and I can't network Unity netcode, I don't know, Unity netcode player spawning. So how do I find anything that's supported? This seems too old. This is probably not gonna work. Okay, that's interesting. What is that? Ooh, it's a lot of code. I don't like that code. there's no explanation being I don't like these solutions. They are way too complicated. There has to be something far simpler. It's a mono behavior. Like, all of this is irrelevant for me. I know how to Unity netcode detects. detect when player spawns. Finish spawning, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Like, I'm triggering it before it even... There is a function on player spawn. Wait, what? I mean, it's probably not relevant, but... That's an interesting way to solve it. To check if... Huh, that's stupid though. Why would that even help me? When would I can't trigger that on update. Are crazy? On player spawn. Okay, let's see. Unity on player spawn. Player spawn method. Ew. Ew. 5.4. That's like years. It's like ancient. Fuck me. I just need a simple like listener or something. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm a little afraid that that's all I could have done. I think it's stupid, but I'm a little afraid that this is gonna solve my problems, but not correctly. Definitely not correctly. But if I now remove it from here, so now it should only be triggered on the player side when the network is being spawned. What does this do? I wonder. I've added one symbol to code that I don't know why it should do anything. So I don't... I've literally just added a question mark thinking it would fix something. But with my experience coding, that's all you have to do sometimes. That's literally all you have to do sometimes. Sometimes you just have to question yourself if that's the correct way to do it, you know? You got a null reference, let's fix it with a question mark. It's not a dumb solution. I don't think it's a dumb solution. If there is any game controller, it will trigger. If there is not, then it won't. And maybe it'll work somehow. Like, I really don't know what it will do, but if I host things, it shouldn't give any error. Okay, yeah, still an error, and I'm not even... Okay, that's awesome. But I assume now it's gonna work, because that's the way it worked until now. Like, if I join as a client, it sends the information to the server, I'm being painted here, and I'm being painted here. Okay. So that's interesting. That is very interesting behavior. It hasn't solved anything, and I'm not even a little smart from it, but I feel like this is a better behavior than triggering it from the game controller, although I still don't really care. I'll still take any solution that I can find, to be honest. Like I don't yeah, I don't think that's a good way to do it. Um Boy, I have no idea what's her issue, but that's not helpful. None of this is helpful. Hmm. I don't think this is helpful at all. Nope, I didn't mean to click on that. I feel like I somewhat understand this, but only somewhat. Has authority on network spawn. I don't have that on my own network spawn. Is that relevant? Do you guys think that's relevant? I feel like I've seen that everywhere, so just gonna keep that. I'm just gonna do something crazy. I'm just gonna remove these things once again because they're given. I don't like the fact that it's given a null reference that I have no idea how to solve. So instead, I'll go back to game controller where it didn't give me error messages, and I'll just find a way to trigger it. Like this is, I feel like this is a loop or some shit, but maybe it's not. Public override void. I don't know. Like I don't think this is a solution to any of my problems, but just so I know for sure that it's not a solution to my problems, I'm gonna try to run it. I'm not gonna build anything. I feel like building things could be also like a solution. I don't know what solution, but maybe, you know, having a full build and not just the playtest. I don't think that should make a difference. We'll see. We will have to see. Honestly, we will just have to see. So if I trigger this once, I trigger this once, I will host. Hosting should, I don't remember how hosting worked. I should be red, right? I'm yellow. Okay, so that works, and now I should be red. I remember that. Okay, so if I join as a client, on host everything is gonna be correct, but here not so much. So let's check that. Yep, I'm red, and it only has triggered once. Why? I don't know. But here it's been correct, and it's being triggered only once, which is correct. Everything seems to make more sense this way than doing it through a player thing, but just not really. So what I'm gonna do is host it in client, and join in the preview here. I don't think it's gonna give me any new insight, but maybe. You never really know, I feel like, with these things. So I'm just gonna host it here once it's loaded. Okay, let's host it here. Orange, and everything is okay. I'm gonna join as a client, and I'm gonna be red. And it only triggered once, even though there are 2 players, because it's been triggered before the player has been spawned. It's simple as that. It really is as simple as that, and all I need to fix that is to trigger it a little bit later than on network spawn. Like, trigger it on, I don't know. I don't know. When should it be triggered? And like it, I just need a listener. I feel like if I could make a listener that would listen for a player that joined, I'd be fine. But I don't think you can listen to that. What do the buttons do? They have a add listener, and then okay, so host button, on click, add listener. I need a listener for the player or something like that, I feel like. It's all the same. I don't know what to do. I'll just get rid of these again. I don't know what version I have, but you're carry more. Let's go. Huh. That is interesting. That is kind of somewhat interesting. Not really, but somewhat. Hmm. I don't have a network scene manager at all. Could it be? Could it be? Could my issues be fixed by that? I don't know. Okay, so this has given me at least some insight of what to do or how to use the methods that I have on the plate, but I don't know if that's the way to go. If I wanted to if I wanted to follow these methods, I would have to spawn the player dependent on when I want to, right? So I would probably get rid of the fact or the problem that it triggers on a different timeline. So the issue that I'm having right now is when you join as a client, you trigger the team thingy before your player gets spawned, right? So all I would have to do is go to Unity. First of all, let's turn the client off. There should be like force some prefab settings, enable scene management. Okay, what if I did that say any? It's not gonna help anything. But I for whether or not issue for different and prefab. Nope. Uh, how do I make it so that it doesn't spawn the player automatically? is not really like a create player prefab here, is there? I don't, I'm not sure what to do about that. I have no idea how to turn that off. I still feel like I need that prefab assigned, right? Like I need that prefab assigned. I just want it to be triggered somewhere else. That's not working though. That's where I've been, right? Oh, it looks a little different. Okay, let's give this a try. Well, that is interesting. That is interesting. Have I kept that up? Nope. Well, no. Network object is at the top. And then it's just kind of fucked up, but that's okay. Apart from that, that's good. How about here? Here it's also fucked up. So I have to fix that. Oh, fuck. Is it not gonna let me for whatever reason? Just, okay. I don't know why I'm doing it like that, but I am. Nope. Okay. So that's a little something that I should have known, definitely, before I've been doing anything. Okay, this is good. Network manager, that's the one where I don't really care about it. And far as I'm concerned, all of these are somewhat irrelevant to me. Yeah, I don't think I care about none of this. So, okay, that's not really anything. It's not really an issue though. Like, I mean, it is an issue, but it's not really what I've been having troubles with. Hey. That's exactly what I'm looking for, right? Where do I put that? Should I just make that shit up on network? What is that? Post on network post, just like that. Huh. I mean, it doesn't fuck with that. It's also not fucking with that. Huh. Ha 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 ha. How do I use that? Apparently it's not just simple as that, so let's remove this. Let's get rid of this and actually actually read through what they are saying. This is gonna be a legacy shit, is it not? Nope. It's a good one. What do you mean? I felt like I was onto a winner there. Public over void. I feel like they've just deleted this method. They've just gotten rid of it. What do you mean? I don't get that. I don't know. I'm a little lost over here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know when and how to trigger on network post spawn, but I really wanna do that. Like I really wanna do that. I feel like that's a really nice thing to have somewhere, but Mm, I'm not doing anything smart right now. I know that. I know that I'm not doing anything. When do I trigger on postpone? Like, well, how do I do that? How do I use that? I kind of hate that fact that I don't know how to use that at all. What is wrong with me? This should be so much simpler, but I'm just not finding the simple solutions. Okay, what's the AI slop saying? It's saying the same things that I've already read, but I don't know how to use it. That's the same thing, isn't it? Fuck. Hmm. I feel like my code should work. I still feel like it should work. I don't know why it doesn't work. I don't know why the client doesn't register both the players on network spawn. But I kinda understand it, but not really. And I wish I could just do this and it would just work magically. But it's just not there. The function is not there. And so I don't really know what they want me to use there. I don't know why are they speaking about it. Like, yeah, the method is probably invoked in each fucking thing, but it's not really. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing you can. Uh, eh. How do I do that? I'm not saying anything. I'm not even making a sound. I just wanna pray to the Lord above me. Let's just pray to the unity gods that I've done something. My God, I hate the fact that I'm just shooting like a crazy person without knowing what I'm doing. Like I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing, but I still think I think it has a great potential. I've literally just used the method that I'm supposed to use, so it should work, right? It's gonna work now, right? I do wonder. I do wonder if it works now. If it did, I would honestly be very much surprised. But I think it could. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't work. So let's join as a client. And I'm still red. Okay, it's still not triggering correctly. Okay. I really thought I had it. I really thought I had it. I really did. I genuinely thought that I had it, but on network postpone doesn't solve my issue. It still doesn't really trigger when I want it to be triggered. I don't know why. Well, at least it's still being triggered. It's being triggered a little later, and it's still kind of supposed to work, but not really. not, 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 not really at all. Actually, yeah, not at all. Let's just move this to here because the ball works. I don't want to look at it. So I have the colors, I have the RPC, I have this that triggers this thing, and it's being triggered. Set theme trigger in game controller, and that's being printed when it's supposed to be printed. But the issue is that it's still. Hold on. No. That's correct. It's registering the length of players as 1, not 2, for some reason. Even though it's able to do it on the server side, it's not being able to do it on the client side. My understanding of it is that the client still joins a little late, right? I can't trigger anything in the game controller from the player behavior itself. I also have no idea why is that. So why is that? Let's see. What I'm doing here is triggering that from here. And what I'm thinking I could do, possibly, I don't know, is use this one instead again. And instead of what I've been doing, let's do this. Let's do this. So after the player spawns, it picks a team, and therefore I don't need it here. And I think the same issue is gonna come up with the null reference to something that I don't know why it's giving null reference to it, because it only does that on the host side and not the client side, and I can't pretend like I understand anything, but let's just give it a whirl. Let's just give it a good old college try, as they say. And I really don't know what to expect from it. I really don't know what to expect from it. It could go correctly, right? It could just work fine. There's a good chance that it just works fine, right? Right? Um, so I'm gonna host. Host still has a null reference to something that I don't know why it's having. If I check anything, it's gonna help me at all. But it still has an issue with this, with the way I'm getting to the game controller. What if there is a better way to get to the game controller? What if there's a way to access the game controller via something else? Right now I'm sending it to the server that I want that to be done. Well, I don't really understand it. If I go to client, everything seems to be somewhat okay. And when I go to the host, everything also seems to be somewhat okay, apart from that error in the beginning, which is definitely incorrect. Okay, so I just need to fix that null reference somehow. It's not an issue of ownership, I don't think so. It's also not a network prefab issue, I don't think so. It's probably also not an issue with me not checking things here. I don't know. Like network object is game manager should be just distributed. I don't know. Active scene synchronization, scene migration synchronization. I don't know if that's supposed to be checked or not. Did they say anything here? I don't think scene is not gonna affect anything, right? I'm not working on parenting. I don't know what it would be. Seems a little scary, to be honest. Ooh, a graphic. Does that help? Not really helpful. I can't interact with it. I don't get the null reference point. Why is it having issues with me doing it like crazy person? Unity game controller accessed on script. I don't know even what best practice is about. Yeah, maybe that could be in something. So maybe find object of type instead. Okay, find object by type. Well, great. Find objects by type. And take that and take that. Like that. And what does this return? This gives me the object, I suppose, the game object. Like, this is not gonna change anything. It's still the same path, and I don't like that. So let's see if there's anything else. I mean, it hates the fact that it's a null reference. It's like a thingy. I don't know what's the issue really, but I'm filling it up here still. So I wonder if I do like a print here with game controller name, if that's also a null reference. I do wonder. It's an interesting test, I feel like. Yeah, I don't think that's a pretty good test. If I can even access the game controller via this way, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna give out the same error that it's been giving out the whole time, but we'll see. I do wonder though. I do wonder if it's gonna work. Okay, that's okay. So that is okay. Okay, that's interesting. That's actually very interesting. That means that if I do this, and if I use game controller here, it's still trying to do the same thing, but the issue is somewhere else. Like, I can access it. What am I? Is the game controller already? Get component game controller, yes. So I could possibly even get like color, team colors, and get like 1, right? So in theory it's gonna print out the color, right? The hex probably of the color. And afterwards it's gonna attempt to run the command, which is here, the RPC, which I don't think I need to be there. I think it could just be here. I don't think that's an issue. I don't think it should be an issue. I just think this could be as simple as that, honestly. So Yeah. And in game controller, I've set this off, so I have really nothing to worry about here. Okay, so let's run it. It's an interesting thing though, that it's giving the error message when I trigger it as a function, but if I only read shit, it's okay. Yep. So reading shit is completely fine, but then it's giving out an error message from someplace else, clearly. Which is interesting. It's interesting indeed. That means that I get to this point, it sends, it goes to here, it tries doing this, and it doesn't like that. The problem is that it doesn't like this, and it's not even printing out this. So clearly the error is somewhere between these, somewhere in between. Object reference. Like, this is not gonna help. My idea is that if I add a question mark, then if it should get through and print the next thing if there's an alt reference to it. That's my understanding of the question mark. I don't think that's a correct way to understand it. Yeah, but it's not, definitely not the way to go. So what else then? Where could be the issue? Where is the issue with me sending a request to the game controller with this? It's post spawn, so at least that's good. I have no troubles with reading. I can't trigger it. Why? Unity void methods netcode. I wonder if I need to change the Unity netcode method not being called. No idea. Interesting. So that's not helpful. I wonder if there is anything that would help me though. I don't know. Oh, it's an old netcode version, but maybe there's some knowledge to it. Ghost prefab, hookup, establish connections. Oh, Unity. Like controllers, not like a, yeah, okay. But that's not really my issue. Like, I can read it, I can't. Unity netcode methods across network. I don't know. Yeah, that seems about as easy as I thought it's gonna be. Oh, that's an interesting way to do it. So you have something do it on the server, and then a method that's being called on the client. But I don't really understand that. I'm not gonna pretend like I get that at all. Eh, it's a 3.6 understand. Yeah, I don't get it. What's the time? Oh, it's so late. I've been streaming for 4 hours now. Damn, the time just flies by, huh? Hmm. I guess I'm gonna have to figure this out on my own off stream or potentially tomorrow on stream, which is far more likely, I think. But I think I'm gonna give it a little bit of time off stream, trying to figure out what to do. I won't do much like the point system. If I figure out how to do this, I'll leave everything for tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't figure out anything, and I'll still have tomorrow. So yeah, yeah. Either way, I'm gonna probably have problems with it tomorrow. So I don't really know. I don't like these problems that people are having. Audio internet code. This is all a bit more like that's complicated. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know what I'm looking for. Is my issue, to be honest. I don't want to watch another fucking tutorial. Is that the 1 hour one or the like 40 hours one? 6 hours? Yeah. I don't think I have the capacity to look through a 6 hour video just to find my problem. Hmm. Maybe. there. Should I be doing that? I don't think so. Ultimate guide. Wow, there's okay. An ultimate guide, you say? Fuck. I know I could look through different projects and all that. There's so many ways to learn these things, but I feel like my problem is such a fucking stupid one that there must be a better way to solve it, right? Like, all I need to do is get rid of the null reference to game controller that I'm doing here. So I'm sending this RPC to the server. You know, let's say what if it's not an RPC? What if it's not an RPC at all? What if it's not an RPC? What if I say, nah, I don't want to do that. So right now the player is not an RPC. It's still gonna be a null reference, but why? I feel like this shouldn't be a null reference. I'm just trying to access this method, right? The function, trigger it when the player is being spawned. So the player is being spawned, and the trigger. I don't even need a pick team. Like, I don't even. Let's put this back. Let's put this back. So now it's once again RPC, but I will just get rid of it entirely, because really all I want to do is trigger this RPC. That's all I want to do, trigger this RPC.